Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City of Haslet's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Today's date is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and the time is 6:30 p.m. And we do have a quorum present this evening. A couple items of community interest that we'll start with. The general and special election is on November 4th, and early voting is Monday, October 20th through Friday, October 31st. And then the City Haslet Offices and the Haslet Public Library is going to be closed on Thursday, November 27th and Friday, November 28th. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City of Haslet's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Today's date is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, and the time is 6:30 p.m. And we do have a quorum present this evening.
collect, and I've been working and trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I saw
And I've been
contradictory.
trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I saw
And I've been
contradictory.
trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I saw
And I've been
contradictory.
trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I saw
And I've been
contradictory.
trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I saw
And I've been
contradictory.
trying to get that verified with the state comptroller's office, and I have not succeeded. I've got 3 different answers to that question, and they disagree with each other, so I have not solved that problem yet. However, they have spoke and have another one in Texas where they went through it and basically got the answer that yes, it is something that you collect local sales tax on for the sale of electricity.
Yeah, I was researching that earlier today, and I believe we've resolved those, so we're going to resume discussion or resume the presentation on agenda item 6A. Is the applicant present, and did you have additional comments you want to add to the presentation?
Brian Powers is online, and he is interested in speaking on this.
Okay. And if you could state your name and address for the record.
Let's see, pen and allow to unmute. There we go. All right, Mr. Powers, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Mr. Powers, if you're unable to unmute yourself, could you put a message in the chat field so that we can see that? All right. Floor is yours, Mr. Powers.
He's unmuted.
Yeah, he is unmuted.
Yep, he's unmuted, but I could barely hear him.
They're having issues hearing him. Let's see.
Stand by, Mr. Powers. We're trying to get your audio to come through in our room here.
Mr. Powers, could you try speaking again, sir? Mr. Powers, I'm going to unmute you again. Please try one more time. Okay, there we go. Mr. Powers, can you speak? Oh, you can also call in, Mr. Powers, if we can't figure this one out. Let's see what that number is.
Okay. The speaker-wise, like, I mean, you got your camera on there. We got it unmuted. We got.
Yeah. Yes, Brian, Mr. Powers, we would like you to speak to check that the microphone is working. You have the floor.
Yeah, I don't know where else that would. Yeah, I mean, it's always a possibility that he has an issue on that end. I mean, there's no guarantee there.
It's set to communications HDMI cam link,
Yeah.
and it's set to
One moment. Yeah.
here. Let me try to call in and speak.
Yeah, okay. Let's zoom in on this. So, Mr. Powers, you can also phone in at the 224 number here. Let's see, copy that. Richard, the access code is 732-177-181.
Yeah, I'm trying to join session. 732. All right, I'm going to hang up with y'all and try to speak real quick. 732-17.
Mr. Powers, if you can hear us, if you could call into the 224-501-3316 number listed on the page here, and then use the access code 732-177-181, that will put you right into the meeting.
Okay.
Bye. Okay.
And did he drop?
He dropped. He's going to try to call in. Also, Richard Martin's going to call in and see if he can get this working. Let's see.
Test, test.
That's Richard. That's my boss. Called in.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Yeah, let's see. He's,
Mr. Powers, are you there?
no, he's not muted right now. Let's see, send a mute request. Let's see. Right.
Test, test.
Yeah, we can still hear you, Richard. Yeah, Richard's calling in to see if it's all working and correct, and it is. Both he and Brian are currently unmuted. Let's see. Someone said test, test twice, about 2 minutes apart, but that's been the only audio, says David. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna call him back. Yes, I'm speaking right now, so they also can't hear us. Okay, let's try calling.
At Dynamax, we provide our
Yeah, could try that next. It is recording, and here's the thing. I pulled up the YouTube channel to make sure that this is all working before we got started, so there's audio on that. I think it's just the GoToMeet that they're going into that there's no audio on right now. I apologize. And you can't see this, but Richard is working with me right now trying to figure this out.
Oh, okay. Will that get our engineer on as well, or it would just be me?
Just you so far.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can get your engineer to call the 224-501-3316 number
Okay.
and enter the access code, which is 732-177-181.
Okay, let me,
Yeah.
yeah, because I was on that call and there was nothing else.
But we can hear you loud and clear right now.
Oh, okay, great. I'm glad we're moving forward there. All right, I just sent him the 224 number and the access code, so hopefully he'll be on shortly. Oh, Morris, I just got an email from one of our other participants, Dave Lupke, and he said that he found another link with a working audio. Do you want me to try that while we're still on the phone?
Sure, if you can patch him in.
Let me see if what this
Hey, Richard.
does for me here.
No audio on go-to. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me, but I cannot hear. And Brad also
Yeah.
just texted.
That's
I am being back
else
saying
on
he
the
thinks he's
go-to
connected
as well.
with this other link. So let's see. I'm trying it now to see if I can get in.
yes.
All right. So touchpad under audio, it's set to output 2, correct, or output 1?
Monitor 1, display 1.
That's what it should be. We had this problem once before.
What was the solution then?
We ended up having to reboot the whole system.
You want me to go do that right now?
Are they paused right now?
Yes.
All right, then what you'll need to do is shut the computer down. Well, you're going to need to tell people they'll need to reconnect to go to, but you're going to have to literally stop. I don't know how that's going to work. Because of the stream, I lost connection to you.
I'm still online. I've made ad hoc streaming sessions before. I can do that.
Okay, I'm in again. Looks like I'm into the same thing there, Morris. I don't know if my mic's not allowing me to unmute. You can try to close and open it back.
Can you try to unmute the people who have joined the meeting?
What about the people?
Can you try to unmute Brian?
Yeah.
He's back in the meeting. Follow a different link.
Okay. A lot of unmute. Pin. Hey.
Brian, are you able to hear us now?
How about now? Is that working?
I can't tell if your audio is coming through your phone or through the computer. Good. All right, try it once again, sir.
Let's see, I muted my cell phone.
We can hear you. I can't tell if I'm getting feedback, though.
Yeah, I think I'm in twice.
What? You're off. And is your phone, your cell phone turned off? Go ahead and state your name and address, Mr. Powers, and let's see how this goes. Oh, it doesn't seem like he can hear us again.
Okay, I think I can get out of the other one.
Mr. Powers, are you on your phone and computer, or are you just doing audio through your computer right now, sir?
Are you hearing me okay now?
Yeah, but he's echoing. Yes, sir, but you're echoing, or we're getting feedback. We're still getting feedback.
Are you getting feedback when y'all talk or just? Okay. Hearing us on go to,
Yes. Yeah, when I speak, he hears us.
because I was not hearing y'all on go to for some reason.
This other link that that he tried seemed to work for him.
I don't know. You can mute mics and let them speak and see. That's probably why you're getting feedback.
Yeah. So if I go to audio, I'll just mute all the mics across the bottom there. We should be good, or maybe just the podium.
You can speak and then you can unmute it.
Yeah, that
Just
might
make
be.
sure- It's probably the boundary mic that you're
That's
getting feedback from. You
That's
can-
good.
Okay, we're going to try you over my phone again.
All right. We're good.
Okay, fair enough.
And if you want your engineer to get online, he can call another number that I have right here, which is 817-233-3097.
Okay, 817, I missed the middle three numbers there.
233-3097.
3097, okay.
And
Let me,
Mr. Powers, are you able to hear me? Well, he may be trying to get a hold of his engineer.
All right, Mr. Powers, please try one more time, unmuting and using your computer audio.
I can turn it off.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, with that cell phone off, let's try one more time, please.
So, Mr. Powers, are you able to hear me? If so, could you just give a quick audio check? He's not able to hear us. All right, let's go to the cell phones.
You need to bring my phone up there so you can.
Yeah, it would probably. Either I'd come over to you, either one. All right. And I'm going to hold your phone up to the microphone when he's. Yep. Mr. Powers, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
I can, and we're going to do this through your cell phone connection. I apologize for the difficulty we've had here. So I am going to, best as possible, relay or make sure you can hear any comments or questions that come from the other commissioners. I'm chairman, and we've got our full group here this evening to review your application for the SUP. So we started with a staff presentation from the city staff's perspective, and we want to give you an opportunity to contribute to the presentation and share your interest in pursuing this SUP.
Okay. I didn't hear anything that the staff that had recommended, although Morris was good enough to check in on me this afternoon and let me know about this evening's hearing, and just mentioned that the things look favorable from their standpoint. So I appreciate that greatly. Thank you.
Was there anything that you would like to provide the different commissioners here so that they understand what your business is and how this SUP supports what you're trying to accomplish?
Sure. So when we first investigated the zoning code and that, I'll say we kind of tripped over ourselves a bit. The electric vehicle charging stations are allowed as an accessory use under your code, but unfortunately they're not allowed as a primary use, and that's where the issue I think came in. And the reason for the primary use is the property that we are on is actually a standalone property. It's not part of the retail center that has the post office in there, or the 7-Eleven gas station facility just to the north along Westport Parkway. So we're asking for, I guess, the special permission to allow what it would be an approved accessory use to be considered as an approved primary use. The other way we thought we might be able to do it, but ran into the same issue, was since this is a new installation we're proposing, we would need to construct a parking lot in that area. And again, we found out that parking lot was a acceptable accessory use, but not a primary use. So that led us to making the application, working with Morris to follow through on that. So what we're looking to do is create a location that would provide charging stations to about 20 users at a time with the fast charging technology that would help them move in and out at a better pace than the original charging units would. In various towns, we've been classified differently, I guess, from a taxation standpoint. More often than not, I'm going to say we're classified as retail sales. So any of that tax revenue that is paid out to the state comes back to the jurisdiction as part of whatever algorithm the state uses to divide the tax revenue between themselves and the local jurisdictions. So that's what we're looking to do, to kind of work through and provide the opportunity for the folks that live in Haslet to be able to charge their vehicles, and those folks coming through Haslet also to charge their vehicles. And I guess from Haslet's standpoint, that keeps revenue in town, as opposed to folks with electric vehicles going outside of town to charge their vehicles.
Okay. Anything else you want to contribute at this time, Mr. Powers?
We did have some questions, and I may need to try and get my engineer. He hasn't been able to get in on that other line. We had some questions we wanted to make sure, since we are putting in a parking lot for the electric vehicle charging stations. That changes the surface of the area from a grassy area to a hardscape. And, when we do that, we want to make sure that we can properly deal with any sort of stormwater issues that may arise. We did notice that there was a stormwater, I don't know if I'm going to call it a basin or channel that comes from the highway there, I-35, or actually an under I-35 from across the, I believe what would be the eastern side of the highway. And then also in some of the materials we've been able to uncover, it appears that there is, I don't know if it was proposed and built or proposed and never built, a line for drainage coming from the parking lot that Retail Strip Center has, the one that the post office is also in, coming down and running across what I'll call the top end of the parcel we would be on, near the driveway area, over to that basin or channel for stormwater control. So we just wanted to understand what those parameters were, what we would need to do to tie into that, and make sure that if we did tie into it, that the capacity for that system was appropriate for everyone's needs.
Yeah, and as you go, we do need to have a public hearing, but some of those technical things could be done during your development of your site plan, your preliminary and final plat. You're looking at grading, and you're looking at lighting plans and landscape plans. So all of that will have to come following the actions that we take tonight. But certainly you could have those discussions with city staff.
Okay. And that would be after we go through the process we're going through tonight?
Yeah, tonight is just a step, let's call it a step one. It at least gives you the acknowledgement that we're going to allow the use. And then there is a process that you would have to continue getting site plans, preliminary and final plats done. You have to submit a lighting plan and a landscape plan, all of which would come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission after it's met the requirements for the city review. And then that would come back to us before you would be able to actually do anything on this property.
Okay.
Okay, so if you'll hold, Mr. Powers, we may have a few questions for you. So if you could just stand by while we conduct the public hearing.
Okay.
All right, super. I'm going to keep you unmuted and, so you can just be a part of this. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against agenda item 6A?
I believe we have David over there on cell.
Yes.
And did David
David, did you want to say anything else?
He's
Is
with
there
Common Ground.
Is that where those?
So I'm Bradley Disler, the engineer. I don't have anything further to say beyond what Brian had mentioned.
Okay. We've got David online. He'd like us to call his cell number so that he can weigh in. He's with Common Ground.
I only have two seconds.
Oh, okay. I've got one. I'll call him right now. No, I'll loop him in. Let's see.
What's the number? If you want me to do it, I can do it. You got it, or you want me to do it?
No, I've got it. I'll do it. Let's see. 608.
And thank you for your patience, Mr. Powers. I apologize for the technical difficulties we've been having.
Well, that's quite all right.
Did he have his engineer with him?
He's on my, he's
He's
right
on
here.
your phone? Is the engineer with Black and Beach?
Okay, so now we have,
Hey, David, I've got you on with the board here.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I cannot hear anything yet besides.
David, this is Mr. Caddish, Chairman of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Are you able to hear me?
Hi, Mr. Caddish. Yes, I am.
Okay, we are in the public hearing. We've asked if anybody wishes to speak for or against agenda item 6A. Did you want to contribute to that?
Thank you. I only raised my hand as somebody that is available to talk. If there were any questions for me, I'm with Common Ground. We are the purchaser and development partner with Electrify America on this property. Thank you very much for your time, and we are obviously in support of this project. You did see our letter in the agenda package, and I just welcome any questions for me now or at any time going forward in this process. We are happy to meet with anybody from the city at any time, and wish that we were there tonight. Unfortunately, just got notice a little too late to make it there from Austin. But I'll stop now and welcome any comments, and thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll continue the public hearing. There was nobody else wishing to speak for or against. Recognizing that nobody came forward in the room, we'll close the public hearing and we will move to discussion. So for the commissioners, any questions for the applicant? And I would like to confirm my interpretation of Mr. Halsey's letter. He was in support of the use for this piece of property, correct?
What that was an interpretation of the ordinance to allow it to be as a primary use with an SUP on that piece of property.
Okay. It's inside the packet. It's like towards the end. Right there, it was right there, right there.
Right there. In our zoning ordinance, whenever you have a use that's not identified as a primary use, and it should come back to you as a recommendation sometime later on in a change to the use chart. But in the interim, the city zoning administrator can make that interpretation of where it belongs in the ordinance, and this is what he has cited, and this is what we're doing tonight follows what he has cited to do. I will make one other comment, though, just a clarification. This property is already platted. It's a platted lot. However, there will be drainage and civil plans that'll have to be done that'll take care of all the ancillary things that you would normally do with a plat, like drainage and easements, etc.
So going back to the applicant's question, then they will have to come in and do a site plan and a landscape plan, a lighting plan.
Yes.
And then, but you said that it's already platted, so there's a preliminary and a final plat?
Yeah, it was final platted with that whole commercial center there
Okay.
as a lot.
But the site plan, there was no site
There's
plan
no
done.
site
So
plan.
that would be another
correct.
another exhibit, another element of the
That's
process
correct.
for the applicant.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, any other questions?
No, there were large.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we recommend to City Council approval of a specific use permit for Lot 2, Block A of the Alliance Crossing Addition, as outlined in item 6A in our agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to recommend to City Council approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion been seconded. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Powers, thank you very much for your patience. Appreciate you being here this evening.
No, well, thank you for having me. So I guess my next action will be to follow up with Morris to make sure we get a full listing of what needs to be done so we can move forward properly.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all your time and effort tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Okay, do as well.
Okay, I'm
hanging up
on you now.
First time for everything.
Come back when you don't have
I think that's the first time I ever did a PNC meeting by cell phone. All right, moving on. Are we okay to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Agenda item 6B, conduct a public hearing for a zoning request from R2 residential to PI Public Institutional on the southern half of Lot 1R, Block A, Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church Edition, contains approximately 2 acres, and the MEP&P Railroad Survey Abstract number 1130, Tarrant County, Texas. The property is on the west side of State Highway 156 between Bluestem Lane and Cactus Drive. We will begin with our staff presentation.
Chairman and members of the board, this is a tract that's part of a 4-acre tract that was just recently platted into one lot. And the applicant desires to put it all into one zoning classification. And it's for a church, it's a Southern Lutheran church. And I believe the applicants are in the audience tonight, and they may have something they want to add to it, but it's pretty straightforward. You know, you can have church activities in both the residential and in the PI district, but they chose to put it all into one and make it easier for the appraisal district and any kind of future development they might want to do that's church related.
Okay. All right, and is the applicant, do you wish to speak this evening?
Good evening. It's good to be here in person.
If you can, good. We are glad to have you here. If you could state your name and address for the record, that would be helpful.
Yes, my name is Brendan Davis. I live at 2001 Frosted Willow Lane in Fort Worth, but I'm here on behalf of the church at, I think it's 1502 Farm to Market 156. Like the staff presentation just surmised, we purchased this property back in March after having a long-running relationship with the previous owners. It was a widow residing there, and so the church would come over and kind of help her take care of it's a 2-acre lot, it's a big lot. So we'd help her with the lot, we'd help her with various odd jobs around the area, and when she passed, she directed her estate to give us the right of first refusal on purchasing it. We agreed, and so we closed, I think, again, back in March. We don't have any intention to tear down that home or to do any major renovation or major construction on this lot at this time, but I do think it would just be easier from a logistical perspective if they were zoned public institutional like the other half of the now single plat. And so that's our intention here. We don't have any, we don't anticipate any increased traffic. We don't anticipate any, increased, noise or light pollution from this activity. It's pretty straightforward. Just put it all in the same zone. So we're happy to answer any questions, but if there are none, then I'm happy to yield back.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against agenda item 6B? Anybody online? Okay, and recognizing that nobody's online or no one in the room came forward, we'll close the public hearing and we'll move to discussion. Any questions for the applicant or city staff? So if the zoning is changed on this, does it change the tax revenue for the city?
Well, we do not tax, religious institutions,
Correct.
so.
But
But
there's
there
a
is a
residential
house.
property there and it's not, and it's zoned residential. Does that change tax revenues for the city?
Probably not. It depends really on the use of that tract. If that house is part of a parsonage or something, they're going to use it for that purpose, then it wouldn't be taxable. But if it's just a standard single-family house by itself, then there would be property tax on it.
What if they rent it out? What if we rezone it and then they rent the house out?
If they rent it out as a house, it'll be a non-conforming use. I don't think they'll be able to do that. It'll be zoned public institutional, and that's not a PI use.
Okay, I just want to know what, we approve this. I want to know what it means to the city, and the applicant needs to know that too. So, yeah, maybe that's a question they didn't consider, but now they know. Okay.
But your question was right. I mean, that house is currently a residence.
If somebody's living
It's
in
taxed, we get property tax just like they do on my house.
yeah.
Okay. And when we change this, the whole thing's going to be institutional.
It's going to be institutional. However, if that use continues as a single-family residential, it'll continue to be taxed.
How is that?
And
Under public institution it would?
Yeah, if it is a house and has nothing to do with the church as far as the use, say if they're renting it out as a house, then, and it's not a parsonage, then it would be taxed.
and so,
Come back up here.
Yes.
Can you address that?
At this time, the church does not have any intention of renting it out. In fact, that is a suggestion that was explicitly rejected by the church council, and so we don't have any intention of doing that. If we were to use the house as a parsonage, I do believe Texas state law would entitle us to a tax exemption, and we would seek that. But at this stage, we also don't have any intention to do that.
so what is the motivation to do this?
To rezone it?
Yeah, to pay for the application fees and to rezone it.
Well, basically, I think kind of in the mind of our church council, it's all part of a single, it's a part of the single acquisition process, right? So we purchased the house, then we replatted it into a single place, and now we'd like it zoned to public institutional, just so that, because that is more representative of how we are going to use it, right? We're not going to be using it as a primary resident. We're not going to be using it as a private residence. We're going to be using it to hold confirmation. We're going to be using it to house and to distribute we call it the snack sack ministry, which provides meals 600 to 1,000 calories to children who otherwise wouldn't be able to meet those nutritional needs, right? So we're not planning to use it as a residential use. I think we could continue to use it, but I think it's more emblematic of what we're actually going to do with the property. And so just for the clarity, and now that it's all a single plat, it seems a little strange to have it, divide into two zones on a single plat. I just think it makes the most sense to rezone it into a single public institutional use.
Okay. Very helpful information.
So I have a question of Mike then. If they repurpose that structure from a single-family residential structure to some sort of facility that they're going to use as part of the church to distribute food packets, to do this, to do that, are there any implication, any negative, adverse implications to them in the zoning ordinance, or not the zoning ordinance, but in the building code? It's in the building code for that.
No, sir, they've already been through a process to kind of upgrade that to essentially a commercial business now, or a commercial property now. They put exit signs inside. They brought all the electrical up. So we've already been through all the inspections on all that. So it has been brought up to use as they want to.
Okay, so it just becomes an arm of an extension of the church property.
That's exactly right.
That's which is a good thing.
Yeah, there's an identical house on our current plot that is, I think it's literally a twin of the house that we've been using for public institutional use as well. So it would just be kind of an extension of what we're currently doing.
We're talking about the house south of the church building, right?
Yeah, directly next to the house, directly next to the church. There's a house.
The one on the south side.
A small
Yeah.
house. I think they're twins, split on 2-acre lots each.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? None? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to recommend to City Council the approval of the zoning request change from R2 residential to PI public institutional on the southern half of Lot 1R, Block A, Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church, as specified in Agenda Item 6B.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a second. So all in favor of approval of the zoning change as defined in Agenda Item 6B, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your patience. All right, moving on. Agenda Item 6C, continuation of a public hearing for zoning request from A agricultural to planned development site in the landscape plan as per Article 2, Section 2.5.1 and 2.5.4 of Chapter 14, Exhibit 14A of the Haslet Code of Ordinances. This property is commonly known as Freeman Toyota Davidson Hopkins Survey Track 2B and 2C. And we will begin with our staff presentation.
Hey, Chairman and members of the board, this is a continuation from our last meeting we had, and the Freeman Toyota Group was asked to do a couple things, was provide more information on the lighting and also to beef up the landscape on the western edge where it interfaces with Harmon Road with Caraway subdivision to the west. And they have done that. They've showed additional vegetation and plants in that area, and they have beefed it up. And the applicant is in the audience tonight for you to ask questions. So,
Okay, excellent. And do you have anything you want to contribute at this time?
We don't have anybody calling in.
It's all on your shoulders then, right? And if you could, just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bill Baird with Baird Hampton Brown Engineers, 6300 Ridgely Place, Fort Worth. I really am here to answer questions of the P&Z Commission. We did increase our landscaping buffer, evergreen buffer along Harmon Road. You asked a question last month, how tall are the light poles? Typically, the poles are 20 feet tall on a 2-foot concrete base. So all LED. You also asked about cutoff fixtures. Every fixture on the perimeter has cutoff, so we won't be spilling light onto the adjacent property.
Okay.
But I'm here if you have other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. And again, nobody is online, and there is nobody in the room to come forward during the public hearing. So we'll close the public hearing, we'll move to discussion.
I don't know if this was discussed, but originally, weren't we supposed to have a roundabout in that intersection there? Is that still gonna happen, or that's
I can speak to that. On the thoroughfare plan, it showed it, but our engineer has had a TIA done on that, the roadway engineer, and that roundabout will not handle all the traffic that is anticipated. And so they thought a better option would be to do a T intersection where you swing Blue Mound Road down a little bit and T into the Harmon Road. And you saw a plat on that, a preliminary plat for the property just to the south of this. There was a 65-acre tract, and which showed that exact alignment.
That was on that word.
That is correct.
That's correct.
That's where they were going to realign, yes, I remember that. Is that still active?
Well, there's been a change in that. One of the things that we could not guarantee them is zoning on the property. Whenever you have a zoning case that comes up, the public will speak, and it would be proposed to go to industrial for the most of it, and they are pulling out of our ETJ and going to do their own thing. They would like to have been in the city, but with a public hearing and potential zoning, you have this room here, full of residents. But I think it's a shame because it's going to happen whether it gets zoned industrial or it's pulled out of the ETJ. Unfortunately, it's being pulled out of the ETJ.
So that realignment of Blue Mound is not going to happen?
Well, it's probably going to happen, but it may be at somebody else's expense now. But that's all up in the air right now.
Okay, well, that's a different agenda item.
That's a different agenda.
All right, so I do have some questions, if you could come back forward. My first question center around one type of light fixture. There are some parabolic lensed light fixtures in this plan. They're type VT, and I think maybe it's E. And the places I can definitively see these fixture types show up in the oil recovery and compressor station, as well as the car wash area. And I need to understand, are those interior lighting or exterior lighting?
I'm about 95% sure those are interior lights, interior to the building. The parabolics are not what we would use on a parking lot light.
Okay, so.
And I want to apologize. When I asked the electrical engineer to give us cut sheets on light fixtures, they gave everything. And I really only wanted the parking lot light fixtures. But the parking lot light fixtures are the typical LED parking lot fixtures that you see everywhere. The parabolics, I'm almost certain, are interior fixtures.
Yeah, so when we make a motion this evening, we'll just be clarifying that no parabolic lenses be used on the exterior of the building. Are you okay with that? Okay, excellent. And Could you maybe just provide an explanation of the layering of landscape, the types of vegetation that we can expect, and the type of fencing that you're planning for that western boundary?
Yes, the western boundary is a steel wrought iron type fence. You can see from the landscape plan that we have a combination of live oak trees on 40-foot centers. We have large Nellie R. Stevens hollies, which is a large evergreen shrub. I have in my house, they'll get 15 feet tall. These are nursery grown 15-gallon shrubs, 48 inches tall from the nursery. Then we have a yucca spaced. Then we have some muley grass, and these are all in a fairly flowing, not a straight line pattern. And they're all, spread all along the Harmon Road frontage there.
Yeah.
So there is layered plants as you progress back to the east, away from Harmon Road.
Okay, perfect. And I appreciate you going back and coming up with a plan like that. I couldn't tell exactly what the heights of things were going to be based on the drawing.
There is a schedule, and I actually blew it up bigger so I could read it. Yes, sir. There's a schedule for the plant materials and the spacing and the height and so forth.
Yeah, well, after spending an hour trying to find VT on the lighting plan, I kind of...
You and me both. You and me both, yeah.
All right, those were my only questions. Anybody else have any questions? Any questions? Okay, is there a motion? And please remember that as you consider your motion, that we do not want parabolic lighting fixtures on the exterior of the building or anywhere on the property, on the outside. Are you preparing a motion?
I'm writing something.
All right.
You want to say something? No parabolic light fixtures outside any building? Is that
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll make a recommendation that we recommend to City Council zoning request from A, Agriculture, Plan Development to Site and Landscape Plan as per Article 2, Section 2.5.1 and 2.5.4 of Chapter 4, with the 14A, Chapter 4, Exhibit 14A, that this facility be constructed with no parabolic light fixtures outside of any building structure.
Okay, there's a motion to recommend to City Council approval of the zoning change with the stipulation that there is no parabolic lighting on the outside of any building or located anywhere on the property. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion been seconded. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you for your patience this evening, and thank you for bringing back a very, very good plan. Appreciate that. All right, moving on. We, let's see, report to Planning and Zoning Committee. Oh, sorry, now we're on to our subcommittee discussion topics. So I think Mr. Wallach has some information he would like to share with us based on a meeting that took place with some city staff and the mayor.
Yes, we had a meeting on October 14th. Attendees were myself, Matthew, Mr. Schwanke, and the mayor, Halsey. We did talk about the fact that the city has, we addressed paving quality. There were two things that you asked us to address initially on this, and one of them was paving quality, the other was lighting standards. We basically talked for a significant amount of time on paving quality. The city has 6 paving standard drawings that they furnish to anybody that is going to build anything in the city, any sort of a roadway at all, be it a residential or commercial road or rural or anything like that. Principal, and I've outlined those, P1 through P6. The general note on the drawings calls for typical pavement construction, which I'm familiar with. Ride quality is loosely defined as a smooth, durable, et cetera, as determined by the city engineer. Purely subjective. So we talked about that a while. Well, how do you judge that? How do you measure that? How do you figure out what ride quality is? Maurice furnished us with TxDOT Chapter 11, which is paving standards for TxDOT. And if you boil those down, it basically says, don't go over bump and hit your head on the ceiling when you're driving through it. You know, let's have a smooth, durable road. Anytime paving is designed, it's designed for vertical loads, transmitting vertical pressures on any sort of a pavement. And so you want that to be as smooth and you know, the ride quality to be as good as you can. Item 585 in the technical specs get into a little more details on ride quality. They have different types of surfaces. That's not in this report, but different types of surfaces, surface A, surface B, and they talk about how to measure it. One of them is on a small section of road, something like using a 10-foot level, you know, and to have less than a 1/4 inch deviation, vertical deviation we're talking about. And most of that occurs at construction joints. That can also occur where utilities are constructed under the road. So utility construction is really important. Matt, you want to talk a little bit about your deal?
Yeah, I was looking up ways of measuring it, because like Paul said, it was mostly subjective. So how do we give a value that they can actually evaluate? And I was doing some of the reading about it. They have what's called the International Roughness Index, which they use a combination of lasers and accelerometers. You know, they'll measure basically the vertical acceleration over a distance on the road, and it's probably the most commonly used measurement they use for road standards, because it'll give you a numeric value. And there's equipment that can be attached to the bottom of a truck that they can, you know, drive across a span of road and get a value. And they had a scale based on what was considered a good road, what's considered a bad road. But it gives us an ability to set a standard that we would be able to measure.
And if I would assume the higher the standard, the more costly the construction is probably going to become, right? Because
Potentially, but I mean, it also, they're going to have the more attention to detail and finish.
Yeah. You don't want the concrete rippling as you're pouring it, right?
Right.
So that measures. I
Right.
would assume measures that.
Right.
So I hear a couple of things. So the exhibit or the material that we give developers or paving companies today, do you feel that those are kind of best in class examples and exhibits? You know, it has the compaction information, the bags of concrete that need to be used for the mix quality. Do we give the pavers good quality information so that they know what's expected of them, or is it really loosely defined?
No, here on all of these drawings have the same general notes, and the general notes are pretty comprehensive. The details are very comprehensive. They're good, solid details for pavement construction in various types of roads. I've seen those for many years. The general notes are good. The only one that I really took issue to, you know, in reading the one about ride quality, was the engineer decides what's ride quality. A lot of times we find rippling road. I mean, you know, most of the time these roads now are put in, well, I say most of them, if it's a commercial road like Westport Parkway, should be put in with commercial equipment that actually lays the concrete, and it's pretty smooth. You get on the subdivision road, and I see over there, where was it, in Sweetgrass, they're having to tear out some property or some of that paving over there. And generally, that is more a result of poor compaction under utility construction. So utility construction, and that's what we have around here mostly, is subdivisions going in. And utility construction is critical. And if we don't have proper laboratory, proper engineering observation, proper any city observation, et cetera, when it's being constructed, there's always the possibility for settlement and potentially, eventual road failure on that. The city, and furthermore, in the city ordinance does require that the contractor furnish 4% of the construction cost for what they call inspection or observation. My understanding, the city collects that. We now have a city engineer on board, and they can then use those funds to hire observation services from Belchef, from our city engineer. That's important. Typically, the city won't provide, the city will not provide laboratory services. That's up to the developer or however the contractor is written with the developer, but usually the developer will do that. But once again, that is something that the city should require, and if they want to, can get copies of lab reports, et cetera. So that's the sort of stuff that I see critical to pavement construction that will last the life of the
useful life.
The useful life of the pavement, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So those are the big things that we looked at and we talked about. The fact that city does have that in the ordinance, they do collect the funds, and I'm assuming that they use them.
Let me just follow up on that. And one of the things that we're going to do at our next meeting that we have is Belchef and Associates, Mike Anderson is going to be there.
Right.
And he's developing just a program, and I think that's going to be a PowerPoint, just exactly what the process is in development. But one of the things I also want to point out on the inspector, the name of the guy was Jeff Knight for Belchef and Associates, was out there for like all the pours that we had on the new subdivision that's going in.
Sweetgrass?
No, the other one.
And North.
What's it?
North
North Glen. North Glen Phase 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so it was inspected. The only thing that was inspected by the city is where there were critical connections to utilities. But as far as the pavement, et cetera, it was done by Jeff Knight. I also want to...
So Jeff was providing construction observation on behalf of the city.
That is correct.
Which is exactly what we talked about and what's necessary.
That's correct.
All right.
I also want to point out that in our subdivision rules and regulations, it calls out the North Texas Blue Book. I don't know if anybody, the 5th edition, if anybody's familiar with that, it's about this big. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a copy of it, and our ordinance says if we don't have anything in our ordinance, it falls back to the Blue Book. Up here, if you notice 3.03, 0.5, 0.6, 0.1, 0.1 is that tolerance limit. So we actually have it in our ordinance, even though it's not specifically written in our ordinance, it refers back to the North Texas Council of Government standards, which we have adopted.
So if we had this in our ordinance, how did Westport Parkway?
20 years ago, they didn't have it.
Well, it wasn't 20 years ago when Westport Parkway was paved. It was repaved when those warehouses went up.
Well, I think the problem is at the time, the engineer you had may have not have been really attuned to this. And then, of course, Belchef just come back on the scene not too long ago.
And I'll go to Ashmore Farms. We resurfaced all the roads. We put concrete in some of the intersections. Nobody is out there doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not utilizing the tools that this city has to ensure that these developers are being held accountable to the standards that they should meet.
That's what we do.
And we can have all the ordinances we want, but if the city doesn't follow through and ensure that these are actually being done when we lay out funds, what's the point of having it?
So what's it called? North
Glen. North Glen Phase 3.
North Glen. Did we have any observation on phases 1 and 2? Are you aware of, or is it now phase 3 you're saying?
It's Phase 3 is the only one I know that we've had observations on.
You know any, Mike, did we do anything out there?
Unfortunately, I was not a part of that process. That's everything before I get involved with it. So I'm trying to learn the ways that they do things so I can pay more attention to that. So I don't have that answer right now.
Okay, well, I mean, but that's exactly what we talked about in the meeting, was the fact that if in fact the city is collecting a 4%, and it's very clear,
4%.
4% of a construction cost, you got a $2.5 million job out there, you're collecting $100,000, you got plenty of money to hire observation for that. Mr. Knight knows what he's doing. I'm assuming that
He works out of the engineer's office. He's one of the
got to be,
engineers.
he's one of their observers, and they've assigned him to this project, and he knows what he's looking at. The contractor or the developer out there should also be employing a laboratory. The laboratory has to be out there on a regular basis, checking compaction, checking concrete slump, checking all sorts of things that they do on a standard basis. And if those things aren't checked on a standard basis, I don't care how good the concrete looks when it's done, if it's too wet or it just isn't the right stuff, it's going to spall, it's going to break up, it's going to fall apart. So you have to have people that know what they're doing looking at that as it's being installed. And that's not punitive. That's just to make sure we get a good quality project and the city also requires a 2-year maintenance bond on these projects, which is good because, it gives you a lot of them are 1 year, but we saw that the city has a 2-year maintenance bond. So about 18 months into the project or something, go out there and do some good inspections and look at it and find out if there's any defective areas that need to be repaired. But if everything looks good, we're good.
And that's exactly what happened in Sweetgrass is they went out before the maintenance bond ran out and said, hey, there are problems out here. We need to fix these things. And that's one of the things we always recommend, and our engineer recommends that when it gets to be close to those two-year maintenance bonds, you go out and you TV all the utility lines, make sure those joints aren't separating under the streets or somewhere, and also inspect the streets to make sure they're still up to snuff. If they're not, you call in that maintenance bond.
Which you can do that, hold back money out of that 4% too. The mayor did bring up the point on Haslet Parkway, west of Intermodal. I guess Zachary got done with that. TxDOT wanted the city to go out there and accept that portion of the paving and all of that. And apparently they had Belchev go out there and whoever else went out and found, how many did they say? 10 or 12 defective areas, whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was a significant number of areas that they wrote it up as defective areas and needed to be repaired. I don't know what the extent of were. It might have been chips on curb, might have been, I don't know. But they did a good, thorough inspection of that paving section before. Now, that paving section from Intermodal back this way is 8-inch paving, which is still pretty good paving. I remember Intermodal, everything else was 12-inch. So I haven't driven it. I don't know if anybody's tearing anything out over there or anything like that.
I drive it every day.
Does it look good? Okay.
Yeah.
So they did.
It's not this, you can still feel rippling in the road.
And that's a TxDOT job. That's a TxDOT job. And if they built that per their item 585 plus other paving manual requirements, et cetera.
So let me ask, I'll go back to you. The measurements tools that you spoke of, do you feel like that's something we should pull into our ordinance rather than, because you're not going to get somebody to go down the road every 10 feet with a measuring stick. But you will get a company to put the measurement tool in the back of a truck and drive it.
Right, so that's one, I didn't look into what the cost of that would be, but I mean, it's one of those things, especially on a road like Westport Parkway or something like that, where they finish a road, it would be really helpful to have that written in that they have to have, the road has to be to the certain standard. Because, I mean, this is, an international standard. It's not just, something like we as a board would come up with.
I've never seen that used.
Yeah.
But you've never seen anybody out there with a 10-foot?
Oh, I've seen some of that stuff, but I've never seen that used. But, if you're going to go that far, then you have to go, the next step is what do you do when you find the defect? What if you have more than whatever the allowable vertical deviation is? How do you repair it? What sort of repair do you accept, et cetera, et cetera? Do you take out a whole panel? Can you just repair pieces of it? And then what does it look like when you get it? I mean, there's other things to consider besides just putting an accelerometer in there.
Right.
Yeah, what we ought to do is find out what city has that written into their ordinance and figure out how they deal with defects.
I'll look into that.
How they manage defects when they're discovered.
Well, you can, okay. I'm only familiar with Houston and Harris County, and I've never seen it.
Yeah.
So the other,
Well, actually, just what we're talking about too is I looked at one of the outputs they gave you. It also gave you, like if you ran 5 miles of road, it would give you a profile of the road as it drove across it. So it'd know where the rough areas were and where the smooth areas were. So, I mean, if you did have to make, like replace panels or something, it'd tell you, where those areas were. So.
Right. I think our biggest focus needs to still be on our subdivision roads. That's what I really want to.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing we talked a lot about was inspection.
Yeah.
And I know, I don't know if years past, if there was a whole lot of inspection going on. Because I know in our subdivision when they accepted it, and I mean, this was going on, 5 or 6 years ago. And now every time it rains, there's people who have ponds in front of their driveways. And so, that's those kind of things that were probably never really inspected.
well, as soon as they got done with our neighborhood, I had David and Gary walk the neighborhood, and we got roads that are sinking. I mean, this is right after it got done.
But you just had overlay. That was just overlay.
Part of it they resurfaced, part of it they poured new concrete. And nothing was done. Follow up with the developer.
I think that after, well, I don't know, how long has Mr. Knight been out? It's been out there since they started phase 3? Okay, so I think Belchef has gotten involved in that stuff, and I think we're going to see a significant improvement.
Right, that's one thing I was kind of thinking too as well, is to see what phase 3 looks like compared to other areas. And if we walk the area and see that those roads look significantly better, that'll be a good indicator.
A lot of money to repave roads, and so we need to make sure we're getting quality workmanship.
Right, because that's what we
out.
talked about the inspection, because like you said, you have 2 years to get those fixed. And I know Caraway is well beyond those 2 years, so any repairs we make now are on the city's dime.
Right.
And things that probably, like I said, should have been caught. Or should have been, yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. The 4% fee that's spec is in the contract. I guarantee you, we're paying for it. That's just 4% they're taking out of their bottom line.
Yeah, and when you start looking at a subdivision, we're not talking about a $2.5 million project. We're talking about, a $30 or $40 million project.
Overall.
And so when you start
All of
looking
that
4% for inspection, that's a significant amount of money. I mean, you could have several inspectors.
So I have a couple other questions. So compaction is, that's the
laboratory.
starting point to having successful paving projects. But the type of equipment they use for that compaction needs to be compatible for the areas they're doing the work. Like in your neighborhood, they used highway compaction equipment and rattled some walls loose on houses.
That was in that circle, because
Yeah.
the houses are
When
like
they-
right on the road.
When they did the compaction in front of my house, when they repoured the concrete right in front of my house, I had stuff falling off the walls inside our house. They're using highway grade, massive compaction machines in residential neighborhoods. That shouldn't be allowed. We're damaging homes because we're letting them use the biggest piece of equipment to get the job done as fast as possible. And our residents are paying the price for it. And they're without repercussions.
I don't think that I've
You wouldn't have seen that because it's.
No, I didn't see it, but I'm just saying, I've never, I'm not sure that we don't specify, nobody specifies what type of equipment they're going to use. I can't imagine, really, that they used
They stopped using it
Yeah,
really quick.
they stopped using it in their neighborhood, but then they brought these
Really?
massive vibrating bulldozers into our neighborhood and did the same thing. I mean,
They
you-
didn't use rebar.
Well, they didn't, yeah, but we, somehow,
That's all part
these
of the
contracts need to state that if they use equipment that damages local homes, they gotta be responsible for it. So so I feel like we need to address the smoothness thing. I think we need to address appropriate equipment,
But we
right?
don't, wait a minute. I mean, those jobs, for instance, everything that's being built out there in Northland, there is an engineer involved, civil engineer, that provide all of those plans. Those are not city specifications.
Right.
Those are specs provide, Mr. Baird, right here. Their company provides all of the technical specifications along with the drawings and everything else that's going to be built. All the city would do, or Belchef, on behalf of the city, would be to follow those specifications, okay? We don't write those here. The city doesn't have standard specs on all of that stuff. They have general notes in the contract.
I'm more worried about
uh,
repaving than new construction. That's what I'm worried about, is the repaving of roads inside our city, in our
But
residential
once
area.
again, if you're going to if it's a significant project, you're going to hire an engineer to develop plans and specs on that project, okay? If it's a paving repair on a section, you know, Public Works may get out there and do it. Or hire a just hire a contractor just hire him on a contract basis to come out there and do it.
As residents who've seen the shoddy workmanship that comes as a result of the way the city does it,
I know.
in the application of our ordinances, I feel like we should take a different direction. And our ordinances are under our area of review to discuss and to make recommendations for change.
I mean, you could get into the point where you do vibration monitoring on compaction, project like that, vibration monitoring at a certain distance. I mean, there's ways to do that. You could write that into specs. And I've written that into specs and all that when we've had, you know, heavy construction going on in subdivisions, putting in, you know, micro tunneling projects or large tunneling projects, things like that. But once again, the city doesn't write specs. That's the engineer that wrote the specs.
Yeah. Well, and their specs need to follow our road design requirements.
Could change that, I mean, I'd have to look at that. See,
Okay,
I mean,
so-
you're talking about vibration what you're talking about vibration monitoring.
As
And you could
as-
put vibration monitoring, you know, 50 feet away or something, or close to the houses. I've had that situation, I've had the whole ceiling of a house fall in one time, you know, in the kitchen.
So you know
stuff
what can
like
happen,
that.
right?
I've seen it happen.
Yeah, the whole wall fell out, or fell away from the home over in your neighborhood.
Oh, I think it was in Brentwood,
Really,
where they
but
had the
anyhow.
cracks in the walls.
All right, so, and then we've got the issue with road cuts and proper repair.
That's compaction.
And, well, let's just say it's not all compaction, because they can get done as soon as you drive over it, within 24 hours, it's dum-dum-dum-dum.
That's compaction. That's settling.
When the pavement's sitting up over the road, the adjacent sections of road, that's not compaction.
Oh,
That's,
you're going over the pavement.
because they
Not a dip.
they put more material down than was necessary to make the road level.
Shouldn't have to do that. I don't know.
But
Shouldn't do that.
Goes
But-
back to inspection.
Once again,
Yeah,
that gets back into quality control.
but does our ordinance say that
No.
it should?
Say
Why-
what? I mean, how
It
would you
should say
define
that
it?
any pour back for a road cut should have no detectable transition from the existing road to the repair. Why wouldn't we expect that?
I mean, a good example was that when they 156, and when you went into the neighborhoods, it went like this. Instead of making a smooth transition, you were going over a bump.
Yeah, or any place they cut the road to put a utility or
That's
whatever
what
they
you're
need to
talking
do.
about.
Yeah, there should be no detectable transition between the repaired section of the road and the original
I
road.
know what you're saying. I'm just saying that for how long? I mean, that's the point. I mean, typically, if you're cutting across the road to put a utility in, that's a utility. What do we require on that, Mike? I mean, if somebody wants to extend the water line, and then so they want to cut a 2-foot trench across the road, they come back, they've got to put the pavement back just like it was, build it back, compact it. When they get done, it's smooth. A year later, it has settled. What do we do?
Yeah, the best way is not to cut the road at all, but to do a bore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we allow street cuts. Don't we have a street cut permit requirement?
I think the last time we actually did this one, there was one on Haslet Parkway. They actually wanted them to bore it, but they actually came in without permission, and they did cut the road.
So they cut the road without permission?
They did.
Okay.
And I wish David or James was here to talk about this, because they've been heavily involved with that process. Who? David and James. Tucker and Rogers.
Oh, Tucker, okay.
Yeah. They've been heavily involved with that process, and it's been a pretty hot topic for them, this whole topic right now. I wish they were here to talk about that. I don't know what all they have been dealing with situations like this, but...
Well, sometimes, I mean, if you want to bore across a road, it just depends on what you're putting in.
Yeah, they're going to bore for a 10-inch water line, but...
Yeah.
So I just feel like there are some opportunities to improve our current ordinances. Does anybody feel the same way?
Well, I don't know that it's an ordinance. No, I don't think that we need to write that into ordinances. I think that if we want to write that in, if we have an engineer right now that's hired by the city to oversee this stuff, when we get a set of plans and do we get specs in, specification books, the technical specs along with the plans? When they submit them, is review that, and you can ask that engineer to include that in his technical specification, or hers, excuse me, technical specifications. I mean, you can do that, but we don't have that, and I don't know that I don't think that we need to be rewriting ordinances for that, because you're going to always miss something, and you're going to say make it level. Well, for how long? 1 year, 2 years? I mean, we don't get maintenance bonds on street cuts.
I just take a stronger
Should we get a
stance.
maintenance bond on a street cut permit, or even a bore job? If you bore, you can have settlement on the edge of the roads if you're not careful with your bore pit and your backfill on a bore pit and the way that you construct those.
Well, we will disagree on that, because I think our developers need to know how they're going to be measured on the quality of their workmanship.
I'm saying that can be handled during technical
but if you leave
specification review, and if we want to add some, I'm not sure what else we're not going to require accelerometers. Nobody's going to do that on a subdivision road. That's
At
not
a
gonna be
minimum, here's what's expected. Then you write your standards, and when you're done, you're going to be measured on these standards. You're going to be measured on road quality. You're going to be measured on if you did a curb cut, the transitions, the inspections will make sure they use the right thickness of rebar. They have the right compaction. They have the right mix.
That's all in the technical specs.
Yeah.
It's on these drawings.
Yeah, correct.
But it's also in the technical.
But I think that there's more that we could do to make sure that we don't end up with poor workmanship.
Good quality control. Get somebody out there looking at it that knows
By the
what...
engineer?
Yeah, somebody that is out there looking at the project that knows what they're looking at.
What happens in the future with a different mayor and we lose our engineer? Because that's happened before.
Okay, and if we do that and we did, the engineer that we had that the city had when I started here with you guys probably wasn't doing that stuff. It was a one-man show. Okay.
All right.
Didn't have
Well,
access to,
So as chairman, I want to make, we either need to decide we're going to do something with this or we're not going to do something with this. Okay, so we're not taking, this isn't a vote on what to do, but who would like to try to continue determining whether or not we should do something with our paving ordinances?
I think we're going to have Mike, and that's my item here, the last one. Mike Anderson is going to attend the next meeting. We can talk to him about that. What does Belchef do? How does Belchef handle quality control observation on any project, for any small city out there? What do they have? What do they have in their specifications?
But it's also the accountability. If it's not right, what's the accountability?
Not right what?
If they didn't do the job right, what's the accountability? What's the stick that we have to make sure it ends up right?
How do they fix it?
Well, it's in there, once again, it's in the technical specification by the engineer. You make, if it's not put in there right, then, I mean, you can make them rip it out and put it back in, put it in correctly. I've had that many times where, I mean, if the compaction.
Okay, this isn't
You got a
Houston.
10-foot, 12-foot deep trench, which we had over there in Sweetgrass. And if they just start throwing dirt back in the hole and try and measure the top 8 inches of compaction, that doesn't work.
Yeah, well, this isn't Houston, this
No,
is
it's not.
Haslet.
This is Dallas. This is here. This is
What
Haslet.
you're saying is, if somebody comes in with heavy equipment, damages a home, what's the accountability there?
What's the accountability if they do that? What's the accountability if they leave a neighborhood with roads that just are completely insufficient? Your roads, my roads.
Well, shame on us for accepting them.
That's my point.
Okay.
There's got to be some accountability.
And all those people are going.
It gets back to the 4%.
Chairman, can I make a recommendation? Would this be something worthy of a workshop to get engineering and the street department, everybody in one meeting and do a roundtable with this and go back and forth? Because I think there's some things that we're probably missing here that, I know the specifications that they do put out there. I think those are city specs. We have a lot of text dot specs that we go by. I just want to make sure all that gets brought to the table and discussed in depth so we know exactly what we're dealing with.
Okay, I think that's a great suggestion. Okay, so do we want to do that during a regular meeting? Do we have a lot on our next meeting agenda? So could we dedicate time for a workshop? Okay, do you think that would be an opportunity to just do it during a regular meeting, or do you think we need a special session to do that? And that's that's the way we used to do it all the time. We would cover our regular meeting items that required action, and then we would go into workshop. And sometimes we'd be here for 2-3 hours doing workshops.
If the meeting's going to be quick and it's going to only take us, 10, 15 minutes to go through the agenda, then. That's the best. Right.
No, we'll do it afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would need to be done when we're done with the meeting.
All right, so why don't we put that on our agenda? We'll do a workshop on our paving ordinances.
But we need to make sure that the city personnel that are involved in that, plus, do we want Belchef here?
So we need Public Works.
We need person and engineer to be here.
We
Otherwise, it's not
do-
worth having the meeting.
Do we need
That's what I'm
Belchef?
saying. We need Belchef here.
Probably. Okay. All right, anything else that you guys that you talked about that you want to share this evening?
I'm going to be very interested in, what the city has to say, how they've done that in the past. But I think that a lot of it, I'm not saying they're not doing their job. I'm just saying that the way that it's been handled, I'm not sure.
And I don't want this.
I don't know what was done. And let's put it that way. I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
and we,
involved.
we need to be careful that we're not pointing fingers.
That's
We're
what I
trying
don't want to
we're
point
trying to
fingers.
create
Yeah.
good structure for the future. We should learn from the things that didn't go right, but we should keep this in the perspective of we're trying to make sure we do it right in the future.
In your deal about the compaction equipment and the vibration, I mean, that's the sort of stuff that should be addressed right away in that project. I don't care if it's in the specs or not. I'm going to talk to the contractor and the developer there about vibration monitoring close to structures, because in fact, you could end up with damage, what you're talking about, okay. And the vibration monitoring, and you can hire, there are firms that come in and do that, and then actually record the vibration, and in fact, then it ends up in a lawsuit, is what it ends up with. Yeah. And then
They tried to say that the person who they tried to tell them that the cracks were already there
and
because of the age of the home, but it wasn't.
well, and a lot of times there are cracks, but in fact, if the contractor didn't document those cracks, you did it. You were the only guy that was here. I've been through that. I've jumped on the middle of tables yelling at contractors, but.
All right.
Well, that's my personality.
All right, so we'll continue that in a workshop discussion. You also talked about lighting. Was there anything you wanted to share on that?
Yeah, Morris provided, they're working on a proposed lighting ordinance. So we got a copy of that. So we're going to review that, and we will address that at our next meeting.
Okay, and did any of the information you pulled come out of our old overlays? Yeah.
But there's several years where there were complete overhauls, like I think there was 3 of them. Things that happened in between.
Yep.
But I've got that all in one, so I can get that to you so you can have everything, you can go back and look at it.
Yeah, it's been a while since we read that stuff, right? All right, anything else? All right, well, good work. Really appreciate you guys being out there working on that stuff. Is it still something you want to continue working on as a subcommittee? We didn't burn you out on our first topic, did we?
Well, we said that we were going to have Belchef at our next meeting, but if we're going to do that as part of a workshop, I don't know that we'll call him in. I'm not sure what we're going to look at. We'll look at the land. I guess we can talk about lighting ordinance. I don't want to, I mean, the city's going to pay for him to come to any sort of meeting that we do.
Right.
So if we have our subcommittee meeting and have Mike Anderson or somebody come from Belchef to talk to us about paving and all of that, and then he's going to come again, I don't know what, other than I can talk to him. I mean, I don't mind talking to you guys about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll call Mike and talk to him about it.
Yeah, I would check in with the mayor first because we don't want to incur a fee.
No, I already talked to him about it. He has no problem. Fine.
Okay.
Contact Belchef about it. I'll call him on Sunday and he'll charge me.
All right, anything that we need to be aware of for our future meetings?
That's what we have.
No, sir. There are some things that are pending out there, but nothing that's imminent going to be coming in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned and the time is 8:21 p.m.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
I'm sorry. I know this is, that's all of the experience.
I don't have my phone.
Today is the 28th. Thank you very much. That's a Tuesday. I may not be there. I think I have a couple. I'll come back. Yeah, I think it's that.
Gerber, you're taking the whole thing.